Chapter 1. Ding! As Brent glanced at the display, a stream of curses tumbled out of his mouth. This was the last thing he needed. The check engine light gleamed, its orange glow mocking him for not taking the car into the shop last month for its regular inspection. Usually, he was a stickler for those things, but he had just finished filming a movie, and his most recent breakup, Trisha, had been blowing up his phone since the breakup. It was only natural that a small thing like car maintenance had slipped his mind. And the timing was impeccable, of course. The last major city was approximately 10 miles back, and nothing but sagebrush passed by his window now. Dusty, dirty, yellow and brown sagebrush. Why had he thought going to a cabin in the middle of nowhere would help him relax? Oh, right. It had been Julia's idea. Julia had been his agent for years, so he knew better than to argue with her when she told him he needed to get away and take some time to regroup. It hadn't really been his fault he lost it with the most recent director. The script had been terrible, and Brent was tired of roles that held no substance. But he should have rented a cabin in the mountains or the penthouse of some nice hotel on the beach. With his money, he could have afforded either and been closer to humanity. But no, Julia had insisted a cabin out in the middle of nowhere would be preferable. "Come on, baby," he urged the Porsche, hoping they had a good enough relationship she would get him to the next town. The size didn't even matter as long as it had a working phone. His cell phone had lost reception after the last big town. A mechanic wouldn't hurt either. "Stella, if you get me to the next town, I promise I'll take you to the best shop when we return." Brent had named her Stella after the girl he had been dating at the time, a high-maintenance ex-girlfriend. The girl, a penthouse-owning, designer-wearing Tiffany's lover, hadn't lasted, but the car had, until now. His hands glided over the gray leather-covered steering wheel, sending positive energy and good thoughts to Stella. Perhaps his touch would spur her to limp another 2 miles to... What was the name on that last sign? Soda Spurs? An odd name for a town, but in Podunk, Texas, he expected no less. But it was not to be. With a final stutter and a plume of blue smoke, Stella died on the side of Far Market Road 1276. He glared at the asinine GPS that had recommended this shortcut in the first place and sighed. He should have stayed on the major highway. The city traffic was terrible, but at least a city would have guaranteed a tow truck and a mechanic in case of the unexpected. Now he was stranded in the middle of nowhere with a hot 2-mile walk ahead of him. As he popped the hood, hoping she had simply overheated and would work when she cooled down, more smoke billowed out from underneath. Brent was no mechanic, but smoke was never a good thing, and probably meant a major fix. He checked the phone one more time in hopes the gods would show him pity, but it had no bars. Useless. It landed on the passenger seat as he swung open the car door. The oppressive heat sent beads of sweat trickling down his back. Brent hated being sweaty unless he was at the gym. Even then, he always kept a towel close by. Salty stings in his eye while lifting heavy weights was not only annoying, but dangerous. He wiped a hand across his face before waving the smoke away and peering under the hood. A series of black and silver tubish things stared back at him, looking like a puzzle in a foreign language. He was not a car guy. Brent liked fancy cars, driving them, owning them, showing off in them, but he didn't care how they worked. That was why he paid other people. It was one of the many benefits of having money. With a raised hand to shield his eyes, he scanned the road. Nothing but brown. unmoving, silent brown. A dirt plume, at least, would have meant a car was coming, but no dirt stirred along the road. He slammed the hood down. With a heavy sigh, Brent snatched his worthless iPhone from the passenger seat and jammed it back in his pocket. What good was having the latest technology if there were still parts of the state that had terrible service? Perhaps he needed to see about buying a few cell towers. There was a chance there would be cell reception in Soda Spurs, though he doubted it. He grabbed his laptop bag and then glanced into the backseat of the car to see if he needed to grab anything else. But there was nothing worth stealing there except his travel bag, and it only held his clothes and toiletries. A final thought urged him to grab the lukewarm bottle of water from the cup holder. His mouth turned down in disgust at the thought of swigging the warm liquid, but it was all he had. After locking Stella, he flashed her one more longing glance, slung his bag over his shoulder, and began the trek. The dust from the road soon covered his expensive black loafers, turning them an ashy color. He would have to purchase new ones when he returned to civilization. Sweat pasted his short dark hair to his head, and beads ran in little rivulets down his back and sides. Stains developed under his arms, and the heat, coupled with the weight of the bag, rolled his shoulders forward. He would be sore tomorrow, but he pushed on. Relief flooded him as the first signs of life appeared. Small, rundown houses dotted the side of the road. The faded paint on them crackled and curled, and the boarded windows kept their secrets locked inside. His gold Rolex told him he had been walking for 18 minutes, though it felt much longer. Another few minutes yielded a green sign welcoming him to Soda Spurs, Texas. Population 5,003. 5,003? He sighed, certain that many people lived in a city block alone in Houston. But the houses looked a little newer, not expensive, but more cared for, which ignited a small sliver of hope. Newer paint and open windows allowed the light breeze to flow in and rustle the curtains. He approached a blue house with white trim where a lone figure rocked in a chair on the porch. The gray of her hair suggested an elderly age, but her hands nimbly moved the needles she worked as the chair tilted forward and back. It emitted an odd creaking sound in the silence of the street. "Excuse me, ma'am." Brent poured out the charm his mother had taught him to use at a young age. He didn't have to use it as much now, as people flocked to him because of his money, but he could still whip it out when necessary. "Can you tell me where I might find a phone or a mechanic?" She frowned at him, wrinkles crisscrossing her face, though the beauty underneath was still visible. In her youth, she must have broken hearts left and right. Her hands slowed as her eyes narrowed. Perhaps his charm had lost its touch, or else maybe his ragged appearance was causing her concern. "I don't mean to scare you, ma'am. My car broke down about 2 miles back and I had to walk. Is there anyone in this town who can help me? A mechanic or a tow place or something?" The stare continued another long minute before his answer seemed to satisfy her, and she leaned back in her rocker, needles clicking again. "Sam's Auto Shop is up the way. Turn left at the gnarled tree." Her leathery hand pointed to the right. "Norma's is on the way. She'll give you a bite to eat if you stop in. Tell her Fanny sent you." Her head dropped back to whatever she was making in her lap, and the rocker began its rhythmic motion again. Brent raised his hand in a thank you, wishing he had a cowboy hat to tip her direction. He hadn't worn one in ages, not since leaving the small town he grew up in, but an image of his mother, flustered and blushing as a man tipped his hat at her, flashed into his mind. The cowboy hat held a mysterious power over some Texas women, and it would have come in handy now. Brent continued his trek, sighing in relief when a white building on the left caught his eye. It was more like a house than a business, as only the small sign spelling Norma's in faded red letters above the door informed him this was the restaurant. 3 cars filled spaces around the house. A glance around revealed no gnarled tree, so he turned into Norma's, hoping for better directions. The cooler air smacked him as the door opened, sending a shiver racing along his spine. 2 red booths and matching tables with red chairs filled most of the real estate in the room, which appeared to have once served as a dining room and living room. The appearance outside had been deceptive, as the inside was larger than he expected. 4 stools, also upholstered in red fabric, sat in front of a large wooden bar. Rows of clear glasses lined several shelves behind the bar, and a drink dispenser that advertised Mr. Pibb and Mellow Yellow took up part of one wall. A cash register, the only newer contraption in the place, sat on the edge of the counter. At the far end of the room, a jukebox belted out an old country tune. Brent felt like he had traveled back in time. All eyes in the place turned to him as the floor creaked beneath his feet, announcing his arrival. The room was not crowded. A man sat at the bar, and a younger couple filled one booth. His eyes scanned the place, searching for the owner. An older woman with short brown hair stepped out of the doorway he assumed led to the kitchen. A white towel was slung over her shoulder, and an apron, stained with many colors, hung on her waist. "Can I help you?" she asked, wiping her hands on the apron. "Yes, ma'am. My car broke down a few miles outside town. I'm hoping you have a phone I can use, as I can't get reception either." He pasted his best smile across his face, the one that got him any woman he wanted back home. "Ain't got no phone. No use for one. Everyone here knows to come by if they need me." The woman shook her head once before turning back toward the kitchen. "Wait." He stepped forward, his hand held out to her, though not too high. No sense in broadcasting his sweat stains. "I met Fanny, and she told me to find Norma. She also mentioned maybe Sam's shop could help get my car fixed." 3 pairs of eyes shifted from Brent back to the woman, as if watching a slow-motion tennis match on TV. A small grin tugged at Norma's lips as she turned back. "Well, if Fanny sent you, you must be all right. Why don't you sit and I'll get you something to eat?" He had eaten in the last town, at a nice restaurant, with servers who wore black pants and white shirts and handed him a proper menu, the single sheet of paper kind attached to a hard background and filled with elegant writing. He doubted Norma's even had a menu, or if it did, it would be one of those laminated atrocities that would make a sticky suction sound as you pried it open. The steak and salad at the restaurant had filled him up, but his stomach rumbled at the idea of food. Perhaps a dessert and a cold drink would hit the spot. Snagging an empty bar stool, he collapsed in it and dropped his bag on the floor. "Do you have pie and iced tea, unsweetened?" A tittering of laughter circled the room. "Do we have pie?" Norma asked, placing her hands on her meaty hips. "Honey, we have apple pie, cherry pie, blueberry pie, pumpkin pie, and mincemeat pie." She ticked the names off on her fingers. "Norma is known for her pie. Though considering Soda Spurs was founded on an apple orchard, people say my apple pie is the best." "You tell him, Norma," the man in the far corner shouted, lifting his fork in the air in salute. "I'll have a slice of apple, then." Brent had never liked fruit pies, but there was no way he would pick something else and risk offending the woman. She disappeared into the kitchen and returned with a large slice of apple pie on a white china plate. Tiny wisps of steam rose from the combination of cold whipped cream against the warm crust, and the aroma of apples and cinnamon reached his nose before she even set the plate in front of him. Based on the smell, he feared the taste would be overpowering. A small silver fork appeared next to the plate, and then Norma stepped back, crossed her arms, and waited. A furtive glance around revealed everyone in the room watching him. Nothing like tasting something with an audience hanging on your every move. He hoped it either would be fantastic or that he'd be able to maintain a poker face if it didn't, for he believed they would throw him out if he showed any dislike for the pie. It was almost as if a stranger's acceptance among this group hung on his or her reaction to the pie. The fork slid through the dessert, and he raised it to his mouth. As the small portion hit his tongue, a burst of flavors exploded in his mouth. It was the best apple pie he'd ever had, and his eyes widened in surprise. Cheers and clapping ensued as his lips turned up, and he nodded before taking another bite. His reaction seemed to have appeased Norma, as she then filled a cup with cold iced tea for him. Brent took a few long gulps before placing the cup back down. His throat felt as arid as the Sahara, but the cool liquid did its job. "So, Fanny mentioned Sam's. Is it much farther?" he asked between bites. He would regret finishing this pie the next time he hit the gym, but for now he didn't care. "Nah, it's just a little ways up past the gnarled tree," the man to his right said. His denim overall stretched across his large frame, and a plain white t-shirt with visible sweat stains poked out. Day-old stubble covered his face, and his hair was brown but thinning on top. "Does it have a street name?" "I reckon, but no one round here uses it, so I can't rightly say I remember what it is." He picked up a toothpick and chewed on it. "Don't mind Paul here." Norma shot a look at the stout man. "This is the outskirts of Soda Spurs. The main town has street names. Sam's is about a block up. If you get to Willow Street, you've gone too far." "Thanks." He downed another gulp of tea and pushed the cleaned plate toward her. "How much do I owe you?" Her hand flicked in dismissal. "First one's on the house. I can't have you passing out from hunger and dehydration. Marnie and Ernest would have my hide." Another laugh erupted, and Brent forced a smile, though he didn't understand what she meant. However, he knew from experience that small towns held many inside jokes. "Well, thank you again." His legs buckled as he stood, and he had to grip the counter to remain standing. They were still a little rubbery from the long walk. The reprieve had been nice. When all the feeling came back into them, he raised his hand in a wave, shouldered his bag again, and headed out the door. Scorching heat beat down on him again as he stepped out of the air-conditioned diner, and his shoulder protested the weight of his bag. The reprieve had been nice. He should have asked for a bottle of water, but it had sounded like this Sam's place wasn't much farther. Perhaps he would have water. As the gnarled tree came into view, Brent could see why they used it as a marker. It was gray and twisted, as if cursed with some ancient magic, and nothing was around it. There was no street sign marker, so if it had a name, it was keeping it secret. Down this street were a few houses, painted in tans and beiges. They almost blended into the background. Up ahead, the small converted shop appeared among the neighborhood houses. He couldn't imagine the shop could hold more than one car at a time, but it probably didn't need to. He hadn't heard or seen a car driving in this town. Sam's was stenciled across the front door. As he pushed open the door, a bell jingled above his head announcing his arrival. No one manned the cluttered counter, so he stepped into the large opening that led to the shop to the left. An old green Ford truck filled the space, and at the front of the truck he spied two denim legs. "Hello?" he asked. "I'm looking for Sam." The legs rolled out from under the car until the full person was exposed. His heart stalled in his chest. Sam was not the greasy male mechanic he expected, but a petite brunette, though she was sporting a grease smear across her cheek. Her dark blue jumpsuit was large and hung on her body, hiding the curves he imagined lay underneath. "I'm Sam. What can I do for you?" She wiped her hand on a red towel she pulled from her pocket as she met his gaze. Her blue eyes reminded him of the sky when no clouds filled it. "But you're a woman." The shocked words spilled out of his mouth before he could stop them. Her eyebrow inched up her forehead as her arms crossed and she leaned back. "Yeah, I'm a woman. You got a problem with that?" He did, on so many levels. A woman could not possibly fix his Porsche, but he'd already ruffled her feathers. If nothing else, perhaps she would order whatever part he needed and recommend a real mechanic. Brent swallowed his pride and issued a lackluster apology. "No, I'm sorry. I was expecting a man." Her sky blue eyes continued to glare at him, waiting for a better explanation. "My car broke down outside of town, and I was hoping you could fix it, or order a part or something." Her gaze traveled the length of his body as if sizing him up. "What kind of car?" "A Porsche 911. A snort escaped her mouth. "Figures." Irritation flared within him. "I beg your pardon?" "Figures you would drive such an uppity car. I could tell by the way you're dressed." He bit his tongue to keep the reply he wanted to spew back at her in check. A few hasty generalizations on her outfit and the fact that she lived in this small town flooded his mind, but he needed her help. With great effort, he swallowed the vinegar and opted to pour out honey instead. "You got me. I live in Houston, but I was hoping to get away from the noise and relax. Can you help me?" He flashed his best puppy dog eyes at her, hoping they would work as well on her as they had on other women. "Fine, I'll look at your snobby car. Follow me." With a quick spin, she led the way through a back door where a faded blue Chevy truck waited. Chapter 3. Sam pulled the truck up to a small rambler with peeling beige paint and a lawn in need of serious maintenance. Brent glanced at her out of the corner of his eye as he exited the vehicle. For as knowledgeable as she appeared about cars, she must not be much of a home maintenance expert. Neither was he, but that's why he had a penthouse apartment. No yard to worry about. He followed her up 2 creaking porch steps that sagged under his weight. How had she never fixed these? They felt as if they'd succumb any day. She shoved the key in the lock and turned his direction, indecision flooding her eyes. He knew she didn't want him here, but he didn't want to be here either. He wanted to be in the peaceful cabin, ignoring the press and contemplating his future. He had made the majority of his money playing the Night Ranger, but it was getting old, and he wanted something that showed off his talent more. The only problem was, he didn't know what that was. The front door swung open, and Brent followed Sam into the simple living room. 2 chairs and a couch, mismatched as if they came from Goodwill or the nearest garage sale, sat in the middle of the room. A scratched coffee table was situated in the center of them, cluttered with paper. But it was the 3 full bookshelves that garnered most of his attention. He loved reading, but he rarely met people who read more than their scripts these days, and even fewer owned a book. Those who did read didn't use paperback books anymore. They downloaded them to their Kindle or other device. But Sam evidently had a penchant for the real thing. He found his opinion of her shifting. Anyone who still enjoyed a paperback had to have some redeeming qualities. Perhaps she was worth getting to know better. He wanted to peruse her shelves to see what she liked to read, but she spoke, diverting his attention first. "The kitchen and dining room are here." She pointed to the right. "Use what you want, but the cupboards are bare. The market is on Willow Street, and you can walk there. There's also a few restaurants, Marnie's on Madison, Ernesto's, and a few others, but they're farther in town." She turned left down a narrow hallway, and Brent followed, his head spinning from the unfamiliar names she was spouting. The hallway walls were plain, white, and barren of pictures and personality. How long had she lived here? At the end of the hallway it split, and she headed left again, opening a door to a bedroom. "This is the guest room. You can stay here. It's not much, though." Solid blue colors decorated the simple room. A full-size bed, dresser, and desk were the only furniture pieces, but it was better than no room. "The bathroom is down the hall. I have my own, so we don't have to share. There's a towel on the rack you can use and extras in the hall closet across from it. My room is there." She pointed to the closed door at the other end of the hall. "And it's off limits." His eyebrow arched at the thought of invading her room. Clearly, she didn't know his type. Blonde and chesty was what he preferred, at least after Rachel, not sassy and grungy. "I doubt you need to worry about that. My goal is to relax while I'm waiting for the part and then leave as soon as possible." "Fine. I'll leave you to it then. I'm going back to the shop to inspect your car and order your part." "Wait, do you get cell service here? Or do you have a phone, just in case?" She raised an eyebrow at him. "Yes, you can get cell service here. We aren't that backward. And there's a phone in the kitchen if you need to use the landline." Without another word, she spun and left him blinking in the hallway. He shook his head as he entered the guest room. While he appreciated the bed, her hospitality left a lot to be desired. Why did she seem to hate him so much? Granted, he had made a sexist comment when he first met her, which he should apologize for, but her reaction seemed more intense than the comment called for. Was he giving off an unintentional vibe? he'd have to watch himself and see. After tossing his bags on the bed, he opened his travel bag and pulled out the latest script. It was another Night Ranger movie. With a sigh, he sat on the bed and began reading. He only made it 5 pages before he tossed the script aside. Just like the last 4 movies, it was nonsense and drivel, covered up with a lot of action and shirtless scenes. With a growl of frustration, he raked a hand through his dark brown hair and down his stubbled chin. He needed a shave and a shower. Perhaps the warm water would invigorate his senses and allow him to see it in a different light. He rummaged in his bag for his travel kit. With it in hand, he walked down the hallway and flicked on the bathroom light, revealing 1 sink, a toilet, and a bathtub. A blue hand towel hung near the sink, and a matching larger one adorned a rack near the shower. The whole bathroom was smaller than most of his closets back home. He placed his bag on the small counter housing the sink and removed his razor and soap, putting them on the shower shelf. Then he stepped into the tub, pulling the curtain closed before turning on the faucets. The warm water pelted his back, but he didn't mind. Brown trails streamed down his chest and swirled into the drain below. The dirt washing off felt good after his long walk into town. When he finished the shower, he wrapped the towel around his waist, gathered his clothes and bag, and headed back to the room. He pulled on a pair of cargo shorts, foregoing the shirt for now, and resumed his position on the bed. Script in hand, he continued reading. But it was no use. Freshly showered or not, the script was still awful. With a sigh, he dropped the script once more, grabbed a shirt, and decided to check out the rest of the house and the town. He would have to call Julia later and tell her to start looking for something else, or else he would need a career change. The fridge was as empty as Sam claimed. A bottle of ketchup, mustard, and a half-empty milk carton were the only things on the shelves. A look in the cupboard revealed a few spices, Pop-Tarts, and a few boxes of cereal. This woman was clearly not a cook. He shut the cupboards and patted his pocket to make sure he had his wallet before heading to the front door, where he paused momentarily as he debated whether to lock the door or not. Since Sam had left him with no key and no return time, he opted to leave the door unlocked. He didn't plan to be gone long, and the town seemed relatively safe. He headed north, trying to remember Sam's directions, and took a left on Willow Street. Soon a market, sharing lot space with a gas station, came into view. The small shop was not his normal fare, but with a resigned sigh, he entered the store, grabbing a basket from a stack near the door. Brent couldn't remember the last time he had been in a grocery store. Back in Houston, he had an assistant who shopped for him, and if he needed something while she was gone, he simply ordered it online and had it delivered. The small store only held a handful of aisles, and after filling the plastic basket with meat, fruits, and vegetables, he checked out and retraced his steps back to Sam's place. Back in her kitchen, he unpacked the groceries before inspecting the rest of the house. He was curious about this woman and headed to her bookshelves first. Classics ranging from Wuthering Heights to Moby Dick filled several of the shelves. He hadn't taken her for a reader of books of old. A few self-help books were interspersed on the shelves, mainly on dealing with loss and rejection. Could that explain her emotional walls? Turning from the bookshelves, he scanned the area, but no pictures hung in the living room either. Where were her photographs? Her art? His eyes landed on the messy coffee table, and he perched in the nearest chair, picking up the papers and scanning them. Words and art were scrawled across them. Had he stumbled across her journal? A closer look revealed not a journal, but a verse across the top, followed by her thoughts and applications for it. Devotionals. These were her devotionals. He hadn't picked up a religious vibe from her, but then not everyone screamed their religion. Rachel never had either. She had just had this quiet peace about her, a welcoming countenance, and a kind word for everyone she met. The papers fell from his hand as the image of Rachel flooded his mind. Focusing on Rachel would only make him sad. Chapter 4. Sam smelled the food before she opened the front door. The aroma of garlic, steak, and vegetables floated through the air, reminding her of home-cooked dinners before she left for trade school. As she stepped into the living room, the sound of whistling and something sizzling in a skillet met her ears. Her keys clattered onto the table by the door before her feet carried her into the kitchen. Brent stood with his back to her, stirring a pot on the stove. Remnants of cut-up vegetables cluttered her bar. He turned, his whistling stopping in mid-note. "Hello. I hope you're hungry because I've made dinner. Your cupboards were empty." Sam blinked at him. Though her stomach rumbled, she was more confused at the image in front of her. She hadn't pegged him for a cook. Employing a personal chef seemed more his style. Yeah, I am," she muttered. "Let me go get cleaned up and I'll help." "No need," he called after her. "It's done." She shook her head as she walked to her room. When she'd agreed to this arrangement, she had expected he would stay hidden and she would rarely see him. A dinner date, informal as it was, had not been in her plan. Yet there he was, looking at home in her kitchen and handsome in his shorts and t-shirt. Handsome? What was she thinking? Though she hoped to find love again one day, she had promised herself a long time ago she would never fall for another rich snob. Wasn't that why she moved to this town? To return to her roots? To simplicity? Those thoughts ran through her head as she peeled off her grungy clothes and stepped into the shower. She had never been one to shy away from dirt, but she always enjoyed washing it away. To her, it represented cleansing her sins as the water ran over her and her fair skin reemerged. She usually used the time to reflect on her day and ask forgiveness for areas she might need it, but tonight her thoughts remained on the man in her kitchen and the impending dinner. After drying off, she pulled on a pair of shorts and her favorite London t-shirt. She had never been, but she'd long obsessed over the region. One day she'd save up enough to visit. Her fingers combed through her wet hair, fluffing it before she returned to the kitchen. Brent had set her kitchen table and sat at the chair closest to the stove. Her heart fluttered at the image. How long since she'd enjoyed the company of a handsome man? He glanced up at her, a smile on his perfectly formed lips. "Join me?" He pointed to the seat across from him. "You didn't have to make dinner." Sam dropped her eyes as she pulled out the chair. What was this nervous sensation fluttering through her? "That's true, but Pop-Tarts didn't sound appealing or satisfying. How do you eat normally?" "I usually grab something at Norma's on the way home. Since it's only me, it lasts me a few days. I'm surprised to see you cook. I figured you'd have a professional who cooked for you." He cocked his head as he regarded her. "I do, but my late wife was a gourmet chef. She taught me a few things, and I wasn't always a well-paid actor. Before I landed my first big role, I was a starving actor from a small town who had to do everything myself, and I kind of miss cooking." Sam lowered her gaze. She should know better than to assume. "I'm sorry about your wife." She wanted to know more about his wife, like how they met, how long they were married, and how she died. But those were personal questions, and she didn't know him well enough to be asking them. "Thank you." His voice softened. "It's been a few years, but I still miss her." Unsure of what else to say, Sam nodded and folded her hands to pray. In addition to thanking God for the food, she added a request for humility and understanding. When she opened her eyes, Brent was staring at her. "How long have you been a believer?" The question caught her off guard, but it didn't sound condescending, only curious. She inhaled a deep breath. "All my life, I guess. My parents were believers, and they took me to church every Sunday. I enjoyed it until I went to trade school, and then I got distracted." She paused, biting the inside of her lip at the memory. "When my mom died, I realized I needed to get right with God again, so I moved here, hoping a slower pace would help me focus." Brent filled her plate with the meat and vegetables he had grilled up before speaking again. "I'm sorry about your mom." "Thanks." Though he hadn't asked how, Sam could tell he wanted to, just as she had wanted to. And while she didn't like talking about it, some tug in her heart told her she should. "She was killed by a drunk driver." His hand paused in mid-scoop, and his eyes locked with hers. A mix of brown and gold with tiny green flecks, they mesmerized her. He dropped his gaze, finished placing the vegetables on his plate, and ran a hand down his chin before meeting her gaze again. "How did you forgive God?" With that question, she could tell he held a similar pain in his past, and she prayed for the words to say to reach him. "When I was little, my dog died, and it hit me hard. I wanted to blame God, but my mother told me about Jesus. She told me that God never meant for us to have sickness and pain in our life, but that when sin entered the world, it changed. However, God wanted to save us all, so he sent his son to earth to die for our sins. When I realized that Jesus died for all of us, even though he had never sinned, I realized death was a part of life and God wasn't to blame, but he is there for us when tragedy strikes if we will reach out to him." She could see the muscles tensing in Brent's jaw as he mulled over her words. He opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it again and dropped his gaze to his plate. The corner of her lip tugged upward. God must be working on his heart, and she was sure he'd have more questions when he was ready. As she lifted her fork, she sniffed the appetizing food and her mouth watered. Norma was a good cook, but how long had it been since her last home-cooked meal? The flavors created a symphony, and Sam wondered what other secret talents Brent possessed. "You mentioned you were born in a small town," she said after swallowing her bite. "Which one?" He shook his head, and the corners of his lips turned up. "Star Lake, Texas. And let me tell you, nothing is there. We had one stoplight, and for entertainment we would drive around the main square called the Drag and check out the general store parking lot because that was the meeting spot. I think that's why I turned to writing. The boredom forced me to create worlds to keep me entertained." "I can see that. I grew up in Junction West. I remember thinking there had to be more than this tiny town. I couldn't wait to get out, and I left for trade school as far away as possible while staying in the state. After Mom's death, the familiarity and camaraderie of a small town calmed me. I used the money I received from her will to open up the shop." She took another bite of the caramelized asparagus, enjoying the conflicting flavors of salty and sweet. "I noticed you have a lot of books. Are you a big reader?" Sam smiled. "I enjoy reading, but those books were my mom's. She loved books of all kinds, but especially the classics. She would read to me every night before going to bed when I was young. When she died, My father told me he didn't want the memories reminding him of her every day, so he boxed them up and sent them all to me." She shrugged. "I haven't read many of them, but I enjoy the reminder of her." Brent nodded. "I can understand that." "So you mentioned you were an author. Did you give it up for acting?"
"I didn't give it up entirely, but acting brought in more money, and becoming famous then helped with book sales, but I still write when I can."
She nodded. He had quite the busy past. "What type of movies do you act in? I have to warn you, I don't watch a lot of TV, and I can't remember the last time I went to a theater, so I probably haven't seen them."
Brent laughed. "You probably wouldn't enjoy them. I do action movies mostly, kind of like Mission Impossible, only in space."
"Oh." Sam tried to keep her tone neutral and failed miserably. "Well, that sounds interesting."
"No, it's awful."
Brent's laugh was rich and hearty, and it made little lines appear on the sides of his eyes.
"The plots are terrible, and the scripts—" He shook his head. "Don't even get me started on the scripts."
"So why do you do them?" Sam asked.
"It wasn't what I wanted to do when I first moved to LA. I wanted to write amazing scripts with depth and character, but it's hard to get scripts looked at when you are unknown. So I decided to get known. But like most struggling actors, I started doing commercials and low-budget films. Then I met Rachel, who was working in a restaurant. She had dreams of opening up her own restaurant, but we couldn't do that on what I was making. So when Julia approached me with the first Night Ranger movie and told me how much it paid, I took the audition. I figured I could make enough to help Rachel open a restaurant and maybe make a name for myself so I could get better roles and sell my books."
"And did you?" Sam asked, intrigued.
"Make a name for myself? Yeah, but not the kind I wanted. The book started selling, which was great, and about a fourth of my fortune comes from royalties. But the Night Ranger movie made so much money that they extended my contract for 3 more movies. Not only did they keep me busy, but I got pinned into that typecast. Now I can't get anyone to take me seriously, as they only see me as this shirtless G.I. Joe type character."
"I'm sorry." Sam had no idea how acting worked. She had always assumed it was an easy job that anyone could do. "How about the restaurant? Did Rachel get to open one?"
"Yeah, that's what moved us to Houston. She wanted to open it in a big city but away from the celebrity clientele. As I was from Texas originally, I didn't mind moving back, and by then I was making enough money to charter a plane to fly me to auditions or movie sets. Of course, now I'm no longer sure I want to keep acting. While the money is nice, I don't need it. I'll have more than I'll probably ever spend. And the manager who runs Rachel's restaurant is amazing, so I make a passive income from that too. I can't keep doing something I dread, and if I can't get a serious role, then it might be time to hang up my hat, as they say."
"What would you do if you didn't act?" Sam asked. "Would you go back to writing?" She found herself intrigued by all of Brent's layers. She had thought he was just a rich snob, but there was a lot more to him.
"Probably. It's a lot easier to sell books now that I'm a known name, and I'm sure I could write a decent script and get it sold now. I've read enough bad ones to at least know if mine was better."
"Whatever it is, I hope you find it." Their eyes locked for a moment, and some unseen current passed between them. Afraid of what it might mean, Sam dropped her eyes to her plate and they finished dinner in silence. When her plate was empty, she chanced looking at him again. "How about I do the dishes since you cooked?"
"No way." He shook his head. "You're letting me stay here while you fix my car. The least I can do is help with the dishes."
"Suit yourself." She sent a smile his direction. Doing dishes was one of her least favorite chores, and she was happy not to have to do them alone for once. "Wash or dry?" He brought the plates to her as she filled up the sink with water.
"I'll wash."
"Good." With a laugh, she grabbed a nearby towel. "Because I hate washing." Sam didn't mind living alone most days, but one big drawback to it was having to do all the chores by herself. It was probably another reason she let Norma do most of her cooking. With an experienced hand, he scrubbed the plates before handing them to her. She dried them, enjoying the companionable silence between them. As she turned to grab the next dish, something wet smacked across her face, sending her reeling back in surprise.
"Sorry."
When Brent laughed, she realized he had splashed her with water. She whipped her towel at him in a playful gesture. "Not nice." But she smiled as she said it.
"Sorry, but I couldn't resist."
His voice trailed off as their gazes locked. Sam's heart thudded in her chest as unseen electricity crackled between them. Brent reached up and wiped her nose. The trail his fingertips left flared with heat, and Sam knew if she didn't get out of the room, she would end up kissing Brent McKasson, and there was no point in that. While he had proved he wasn't completely a snob, he still lived in a very different world than she did. And a relationship would never work. No good excuse came to her mind as conflicting emotions coursed through her body. Bed. I should get to bed. Long day working on your car tomorrow. She hated that she was stammering over her words, and even more that his twinkling eyes and twitching lips told her he knew he affected her. Before he could say anything else, she tossed the towel on the counter and hightailed it for the hallway. "Thank you for dinner," she said, before turning down the hall.
"You're welcome,"
he called after her, and she could hear the laughter in his voice. Sam entered her room and shut the door, leaning against it. What was happening with her? She was not normally starstruck, and she'd promised herself she would never fall for another rich man. That had been easy when she thought Brent a snob. But then a different side of him had emerged, a side she somewhat liked, a side that scared her a little as it sent her heart fluttering in her chest.
"I was a starving author from a small town."
Chapter 5. Brent wandered into the guest bedroom. He should be reading through the latest script, but Sam's soulful blue eyes and the way her lips were a little off-kilter when she smiled clouded his vision. He had expected she would sit down at the table, grease and all, but she had opted for a shower, and when she had returned and sat across from him, the scent of strawberries from her shampoo had tickled his nose. She cleaned up nicely, and with her hair down, her face exuded femininity. Then she had shared the story of her mother. It was almost his story of losing Rachel to a T. He even had Rachel's cross necklace on his nightstand back home to remind him like Sam had her mother's books. What were the chances of that? The only difference was he had blamed God. He had stopped going to church and started dating women he knew he'd never fall for because he hadn't wanted to get hurt again. Sam's words rattled around in his head. Was she right? Had he been wasting time blaming God when he should have been thanking him for the time he'd had with Rachel? An image of a man on his knees flooded his vision, and Brent grabbed his laptop from his bag. Could this be a story? He placed the computer on the desk and sat down. He hadn't expected to do any writing during this trip. It had just been about getting away from the public, but he wouldn't turn the writing time down. Though he had written often before the Night Ranger movies, he had put the pen aside when he'd found acting. Taking on characters had taken the place of creating characters. However, as he placed his fingers on the keys, images flooded his mind. The story played out, almost like a movie in his head. With a huge intake of breath, he closed his eyes and let the story come. Image after image flooded his mind as the premise played out in pictures. When it paused, he opened his eyes and typed out the words as fast as possible. Line after line, the words came, filling the screen. When the river of words ran dry, he stretched his shoulders, surprised to find them stiff. How long had he been writing? A glance at the clock showed 3 hours had passed. When was the last time he had written for such a lengthy stretch? A glance at his document showed 4,000 words. He hadn't pounded out that many words in one sitting in ages. As he stood from the chair, he reached his arms above his head and bent sideways to relieve the stiffness in his back. It was not done, but it was a start. He had no idea if it would go anywhere, but the story needed to be told. He could feel that. The hallway was dark as he headed into the bathroom to brush his teeth. Sam must already be asleep. He paused outside the entrance and stared at her closed door, wondering how she slept. Did she sleep on her back? Or on her side? Left or right side of the bed? Brent shook his head to dispel the thought. He was simply here for the weekend, nothing longer. Come Monday, he'd continue to the cabin and then his life back in the city. He had no business thinking anything about Sam other than when she would fix his car. The scent of coffee woke Brent in the morning. He rubbed his eyes and stretched the kinks out of his neck. Though not the most comfortable bed, the exertion from the day had worn him out, and he had fallen asleep quickly. He flicked the blanket aside, swung his legs out, and planted his feet on the carpeted floor. His own apartment back home had hardwood floors, and as much as he loved the look of them, he abhorred the chill that caressed his feet first thing in the morning. This soft, fuzzy carpet feeling was much nicer and definitely less jarring. After pulling on a pair of jeans and a shirt, he wandered down the hallway toward the percolating coffee pot that held a promise of invigoration for the day. Sam stood watching the brown liquid pour into a mug. Sweats hung low on her hips, and a loose-fitting tee stopped shy of the waistband, displaying a hint of pale skin. A trickle of desire flooded his veins, but he banished the thought. He was here for coffee, nothing more. As he took another step, she turned. Even first thing in the morning, her charm radiated. Her pale skin was devoid of any makeup, but held a natural elegance, and he noticed a dusting of freckles across her nose that he hadn't observed before. "Morning. Did you sleep okay?" The coffee finished its cycle and she picked up the mug, cradling it with her hands as if seeking its warmth.
Not as nice as in my bed back home, but better than the back seat of my car.
His bed back in Houston was a king-sized memory foam mattress covered in 800 thread-count Egyptian sheets. But he felt no need to divulge that information. Sam's lip twitched before pulling into a large grin. "Oh, speaking of which," she pointed a finger his direction. "I got your part ordered, but since it was Friday, it won't arrive until Monday, even overnighted." A feeling of relief flooded Brent. Even though he knew he and Sam traveled in different worlds, he wanted to spend more time with her.
"Well, I guess that's all we can do."
He cleared his throat and switched the topic.
"Is there any more of that coffee?"
"Yep, cups are in the cabinet above the pot. I may not have much else, but I always have coffee." She sat down at the small dining table as he turned to the cupboard and fished out a mug.
"Sugar?"
he asked. "No thanks, I'm good." He turned to find her smirking up at him.
"No, I mean, where do you keep the sugar? I take 2.
She pointed to another cabinet, and after pouring in the desired amount and stirring the dark liquid, he joined her at the table. The silence pressed down on him until he couldn't stand it any longer.
You mentioned there was a festival in town this weekend?
Her eyes flicked up, a mysterious glint sparkling in them. Yep, the Cowboy Festival.
Have you ever been?
He threw the question out and then dropped his eyes to his mug to give the impression he didn't really care. She shook her head, sending a few tendrils of her chestnut hair flying, and the smell of strawberries wafting his direction again. No, I've only been here 6 months, so I wasn't here for it last year.
Ah, well, that explained her lack of pictures on the wall. Well, since you can't work on my car, would you care to attend? I could use it as character research, I mean.
He added the last sentence, hoping she wouldn't pick up on his eagerness to spend the day with her. I thought you stated you were an action star. Sam narrowed her eyes at him.
I did.
Brent shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant.
But I write, too, remember? You never know when I might need to use the character development.
You really want to attend a small-town festival?
I mean, if you want.
He watched her face closely to see some sign, any sign of what she was thinking. Could she sense his interest? Did she return it? Sam's eyes scanned his face before she sat back and crossed her arms. Sure, why not? Nodding, he dropped his eyes to his mug again, and the silence descended once more. But the thrill of spending time with her sent his heart thudding, and he had to force the corners of his lips not to turn up in a smile. Sam was forced to park at the elementary school as barricades closed the streets from Main to Lone Star Avenue. As they approached the crowd, she waved to those who sent a greeting their direction. That's Heather Shelton. She's the pastor's daughter. And that's Rose Minor. She runs the Soda Spurs flower shop. Kind of ironic, don't you think? Brent nodded, trying to remember the names, but knowing he would fail. A white table sat under a tent in front of the post office. Emblazoned in black across the banner that hung from the table were the words Cowboy Shootout, and a younger man and woman stood behind the table. Cowboy hats on and fake guns hanging from holsters at their hips. Brent and Sam joined the line. Howdy, partners, the woman greeted them when their turn arrived. Will you be wanting to join the shootout or just the other festivities? Sam looked to Brent, who shrugged.
Might as well try it all out, I guess.
The woman beamed. Wonderful. The cost is $30 per person. Brent and Sam both reached for their pockets.
I have this,
Brent said. Not on your life, Sam retorted. I can pay for myself. The woman watched the exchange with a smirk and raised eyebrows. As both Sam and Brent put their respective money on the table, she scooped it up and continued her spiel. The action begins at high noon. We're using paintball-type guns, but it's washable coloring. There's a booth in the post office where you can rent Western gear or buy it if you want to keep it. The old-time photographer is set up at City Hall, and the diner will serve beans and cornbread after the shootout. Connor here will be rounding everyone up at 11:30 on 1st and Main to go over the rules. So that gives you... She glanced at her watch, the only anachronistic piece of her outfit. About 45 minutes. She handed them a map which listed all the activities and where they would occur. And after thanking her, they headed to a shady area to take a closer look. What do you want to do first? Sam asked.
We should experience everything, so let's head over to the post office for outfits.
He tried to sound casual, but the thought of dressing up as a cowboy with chaps and guns excited him. Visions of running around pretending to be a cowboy when he was younger flooded his mind. Sam's eyebrow arched, but she shrugged and led the way. The post office had closed early for the day, and a table displaying hats and belts of all colors sat in the small lobby. 2 clothing racks filled the rest of the space. Colorful shirts, vests, and chaps hung from the metal rods. There were even gingham dresses, but Sam opted for the more masculine outfit and perused the shirts. After flipping through the rack, Brent picked a solid blue shirt for himself, a black leather vest, matching chaps, and a hat. A small dressing area with curtains draped over PVC pipes sat snugly in the corner, but Brent offered the space to Sam, opting to put the western shirt over his tee. When she emerged a few minutes later, his heart skipped a beat. The chaps were a little big, even cinched in, and hung on her hips. Her red shirt complemented the brown of her vest and chaps. She pushed the hat up with one finger and offered a crooked grin. "Is it awful?" He shook his head, transfixed by the sight of her. The image was sexy, but he couldn't say that out loud. Her smile broadened before she dropped her eyes. "We're all dressed up. What now?" Brent checked his watch. They had 20 minutes left.
"Want to take a picture? That way you can prove you got this rich boy to dress up?"
She laughed and swatted his arm. Her laugh was the sound of the wind chime he used to have on his back porch growing up, and his lips pulled into a smile of their own. After exiting the post office, they raced across the street to City Hall. The atrium had been transformed into a makeshift photography studio. Huge lights surrounded a camera on a tripod. "Welcome," the young woman behind the camera greeted them as they approached. "Pick a prop from the table, and I'll be right with you." Brent and Sam examined the table, which housed glass bottles, fake shotguns, cards, ropes, and fans. Sam grabbed the fake rifle, which evoked another smile from Brent. Not being a drinker or a card player, he opted for the rope. "Ah, perfect." The photographer pointed to 2 crates in the middle of a host of other props. "Sit, sit." Brent sat on the right crate, hoping it would hold his weight, and Sam took the left one, draping the gun across her lap. No, this will not work. How about you stand?" The woman pointed to Brent. "Put one knee up on the crate and wrap the rope about your shoulder." Brent followed her directions, and after a few adjustments, struck a pose the photographer loved. "Now you lean against his leg and hold the gun across your lap." She motioned the position she wanted to Sam. "But be sure and look at your man." Brent's face heated.
"We're not a couple."
"You are today." The photographer motioned for him to stare down at Sam. Can you put your hand on her shoulder?" Brent dropped his right hand to rest on Sam's shoulder. As it landed, a spark ran up his arm. "Perfect. Now hold that pose." The lights flashed, and Brent heard the clicking of the camera, but he couldn't remove his eyes from Sam. He should not be developing feelings for this woman he'd probably never see again, but he couldn't convince his heart of that. "Okay, now a silly pose. Why don't you wrap the rope around her as if you've lassoed her?" With a smile, Brent helped Sam stand and circled the rope about her waist. The sweet smell of strawberries flooded his nose again as he leaned close to her. Her breath caught, and he found her eyes. Desire and fear fought for control in the deep blue depths. His lips parted, but before he could move, the camera flashed. "That was perfect. You can come see them this afternoon." Brent didn't want the shoot to end. He wanted another minute with Sam this close to him. He wanted to know what would happen if he touched her lips. But the moment was gone. She leaned away from him and untangled herself from the rope before replacing her gun on the prop table. Following her lead, he coiled the rope and added it. After clearing his throat, he glanced at his watch.
Almost time. Shall we go hear the rules?
Let's do it. The crowd had grown while they were busy, and without thinking, Brent grabbed her hand as they edged their way forward. A warm tingling raced up his arm at her touch, and he dared a glance at her. She returned his gaze, a mixture of emotions on her face. His eyes dropped to her lips, but before anything further could happen, the crackle of a megaphone interrupted the moment. Blake, the man from the welcome table, stood on a picnic bench, megaphone in hand.
Welcome, everyone, to the Cowboy shootout. Kara will hand out the paint guns. Every person gets one. You'll also get a colored badge. Blues are one team, reds are the other. You can use the space from the post office to the general store. If you get tagged in the chest or the head, you must exit the game. The last person standing will be deemed the winner. Questions?
A murmuring ran through the crowd, but no one braved a question. Brent pulled Sam over to the table where Kara was handing out guns and badges. Hello again. Same team or different?
Same,
the two answered together, and a feeling he hadn't experienced in years flickered in his heart. She handed them each a blue badge, a gun, and an ammo packet. Forced to drop Sam's hand, he gathered the supplies, but he missed the warmth. That's all you have, so shoot wisely. Have fun, you two. She winked at them before turning to the next couple. Brent checked out the gun, which resembled a six-shooter, though the barrel was much longer, and a black air pressure container stuck out from the bottom of the handle. The cylinder didn't open, but a hole in the front allowed the balls to be inserted, and then the cylinder turned to engage them. He loaded 5 pellets into the chamber, as much as it would allow. It would be slow, but he had enough ammo for 3 reloads. After slipping the gun into the holster around his waist, he dropped the extra ammo in a pocket on the other side and looked up, expecting to need to help Sam, but she had already filled hers as well and was placing the gun in her holster.
You've shot before.
Yeah, my dad taught me before I went to college. He wanted to make sure I could protect myself.
Somehow I doubt you'd have any issue taking care of yourself.
With a step, Brent closed the distance between them, but as he reached for her hand, the megaphone crackled again.
Pick your starting places,
Connor's voice blared. Around them, people raced to secure their positions. Sam grabbed his hand this time and pulled him back toward the post office. Warmth traveled up his arm. Several others joined them, and at noon, a gun fired into the air. Around them, people rushed out into the open, but Sam and Brent took a slower pace, running from one building to the next place of safety. Brent kept his eyes peeled for red badges. The sound of pops and groans from hit people filled the air. Brent snagged a few people with red badges before taking a shot to the arm. That didn't disqualify him, but it stung a little. Beside him, Sam rubbed her calf where she had taken a shot. The image distracted him long enough he didn't see the teen with the red badge until it was too late. Red paint spread on Sam's chest and she fell to the ground, surprised by the impact. "No!" Brent yelled as he rushed over to her. When the pellet hit his back, signaling he was out, he didn't even care. "You sacrificed yourself for me?" Sam joked up at him, clutching her chest and batting her eyes. She played the trope part of a dying lover well.
"I had to."
He brushed her hair back from her forehead. He meant it to be funny, but a blanket of emotion covered his shoulders as he stared down at her. The urge to kiss her pulsed through his veins, but he swallowed it. He wasn't sure she was open to it, and he didn't want to overstep any bounds.
"I need someone to fix my car."
Sam snickered and swatted his hand away. "Ever the gentleman." He smiled, covering up the warring emotions battling in his brain. If she only knew. Chapter 7. Brent threw on his nicest shirt, wishing his bag contained something a little dressier for church. Of course, he hadn't planned on attending church this trip, but he hadn't planned on meeting a girl like Sam either. It was too bad confusion overshadowed the enjoyable activities of the previous day. The strong urge to kiss Sam had plagued him the entire day, but every time the opportunity arose, she pulled away. Was she hung up on him being from the city? Was it his money? Or did the fact he'd be leaving tomorrow play more of a role? Long-distance relationships proved challenging, but Sam was special. Brent would try dating if she'd be open to it, but he wasn't sure of her feelings. When they had returned to her place, he had locked himself in his room, determined to write through the confusion. Words had appeared, but the confusion hadn't left. The story was coming along well, though, and if nothing else, he was thankful for the inspiration. "You look nice." Sam handed Brent a mug of coffee as he entered the kitchen. "2 sugars. That's the way you drink it, right?" His heart tightened at the familiar gesture. Sam knew his preferences already, and he could picture similar breakfasts in the future. But perhaps this was merely hospitality. Brent wished, for the first time in years, he found women easier to read. "Thank you." "So, I wanted to talk about yesterday." Sam sat at the table, her eyes focused on the mug in her hands as if it was a lifeline. "I enjoyed the time with you." Brent sat across from her, wondering what else was coming. "I did too." She paused for a moment, twirling the mug in circles. "But I wanted to explain myself. I think you're great, and I had a wonderful time." His smile faltered at her words. He could hear the but coming. "But you'll be leaving tomorrow, and I don't know if we should start something that probably won't last." She sneaked a glance at him through lowered lids. There it was. Brent's heart dropped to his feet, though he agreed her words made sense. "Yeah, you're probably right. I'll return to Houston soon, and I travel a lot for work, and your life is here." "Exactly." But her words fell flat, and he wondered if she really meant them, or if she was trying to convince herself. "Of course, I could fly out to see you, or fly you to wherever I am. I have the money, Sam." A spark of hope flickered in her eyes for a moment before disappearing. "But how long would that last, Brent?" As long as it needed to was what he wanted to say, but he could see her wall was back up. There would be no convincing her now. "Come on." She stood and placed her mug in the sink. "We need to head out to make it to church on time." During the quiet ride to church, Brent searched for something to say to lighten the mood, but nothing came to mind. Sam pulled into a parking space, and the two headed into the white church. "Good morning." A plump older woman with graying hair smiled at them as they walked in the door. "Good morning, Tina." Sam leaned in to hug the elder woman. "This is my friend, Brent McKasson. He's visiting for the weekend. Brent, this is Tina, the pastor's wife." "Good to meet you, Brent. I hope you enjoy the service." Brent nodded and grabbed the paper she held out. He glanced at it as he followed Sam into the sanctuary. It was a bulletin listing the upcoming events and notes for the day's sermon. Sam chose a seat near the middle, and Brent sat beside her. A few people wandered over and introduced themselves, but Brent's mind remained on the woman to his left. Agreeing to be friends was one thing, but sitting next to her and smelling her sweet scent presented a whole new issue. When the pastor spoke, Brent tried to keep focused on the sermon, but images of Sam kept flooding his mind. He wanted to experience her lips against his own. Before he realized it, the sermon ended. The only thing he could recall was something about God's timing. Was that what he needed to do? Did he need to wait on God's timing? It had been so long since he'd spoken with God that he felt rusty. But when the pastor closed the service with a final prayer, he asked God for clarity and peace. "Want to get some lunch?" Sam asked, touching his arm. Brent opened his eyes and nodded.
"Sure, sounds good."
"Marnie's is close, and they have good food." Sam led the way across the street. Marnie's was a small, casual restaurant, similar to Norma's, though a bit larger. A young, perky blonde met them as they entered. "Welcome to Marnie's on Madison. I'm Becky, and I'll be your waitress today. Just the two of you?" Brent blinked at the sheer speed the words had exited the woman's mouth. "Yes, just the two of us," Sam said. "Follow me." The girl turned and led them to a back booth. She placed 2 menus down and took their drink order before leaving them.
"So, don't get me wrong,"
Brent began, as he looked around the homey interior of the small place.
"But does this town have any elegant restaurants? I mean, if I wanted to take a date somewhere..."
He paused, searching for the right word.
"Classier?"
Sam smiled at him from across the table. "Are you letting your inner snob surface, Brent McKasson?"
"No, it's just that this doesn't have a date-like atmosphere. Surely this town has at least one date-night restaurant."
"That would be Ernesto's. It's an upscale Italian place, but other than that, you'd probably have to drive to one of the bigger towns." Brent filed the information away in case the opportunity arose in the future. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help overhearing. Are you the Brent McKasson? The movie star?" The voice belonged to a pretty redhead in a yellow summer dress.
"I am,"
Brent said. The woman's eyes lit up with excitement. "Do you think I could bother you for an autograph and a picture? I'm a huge fan." Brent glanced to Sam, who shrugged and waved her hand in a go-ahead gesture.
"Sure."
Brent looked back to the woman.
"Do you have something to write with?"
The woman placed a napkin and a pen on the tabletop in front of him. "Can you make it out to Sandy?" Brent smiled and shook his head slightly. Signing a napkin wasn't a first for him, but he always wondered what people did with them. Did they really keep them? Frame them on the wall? He scribbled the pen across the surface and then pushed it back to her. "Can you take a picture of us?" Sandy turned to Sam for the first time, the hopeful question dancing in her eyes. "Sure." Sam took the camera. Brent couldn't tell if the smirk on her face was from amusement or irritation. Sandy leaned in, a little too close for Brent's comfort, and Sam tapped the phone. "Okay, here you go." "Thank you." Sandy once again focused her attention solely on Brent.
"You're welcome."
"I don't think I'd enjoy that, the constant interruption." Sam shook her head as Sandy spun and walked away.
"You get used to it,"
Brent said. Becky returned then and took their order, and then a silence fell.
"So, have you always wanted to be a mechanic?"
Brent asked. "Yeah, but a small shop like I have now wasn't really my goal. I had a much bigger shop when I lived in Dallas."
"So why'd you leave it?"
Brent asked. Sam shook her head. "That's a long story. Let's just say there was a guy involved." Brent was curious for more information, but it was obvious from Sam's demeanor that the subject was closed. For now, at least. After lunch, they returned to Sam's place. Though he wanted to take her in his arms, He retired to the spare room to work more on his story. He feared too much time around her would make him unable to honor her request to remain just friends. Chapter 8. Sam stared at the closed door, wondering if she should knock. Brent had disappeared to the spare room after lunch to write, but that had been hours ago. After spending time shopping for food and straightening the house, Sam now yearned to see him again. Though he'd be leaving tomorrow, and the desire made no sense, she wanted to spend as much time with him as possible. The door swung open before her hand could hit the wood.
"Hi, I was coming to see you,"
Brent began, surprise coloring his voice. "Would you like to watch a movie?" Sam asked simultaneously. The two paused and laughed, easing some of the tension that hung in the air. Brent broke the silence first.
"I would love to. I've hit a wall with my writing anyway."
"Oh, sorry. Are you sure you don't need to keep going?" Brent's eyes twinkled, the dimple appearing in his cheek. Oh, how she longed to touch that cheek, to experience the texture.
"No, I'm good as long as we don't watch one of my movies. Come on."
He grabbed her hand, leading the way to the living room. Sam's lips curled into a small smile. Though it was her house, she liked the fact he took control. After surfing the channels for a moment, Brent landed on a movie they could agree on, a romantic comedy from a few years ago. Though the movie was interesting, the distance between them fixated Sam's attention. Should she scoot closer? She had been the one to push the friend issue, but the masculinity emanating from him was changing her mind. Brent's strong arms held the appeal of safety, and the woodsy aroma he exuded sent her heart racing. With a sideways glance her direction, he shifted position, placing his right arm on the back of the couch as if inviting her to move in. Her racing heart overruled her brain's objection, and she closed the space between them. Though his lips curled into a knowing smile, his gaze remained on the television. Brent's chest was strong, masculine, and Sam's vivid imagination flashed images of her hands splayed across it before her eyes. When his arm moved from the back of the couch to her shoulder, she did not object, but enjoyed the warmth and security provided. When the movie ended, his face turned to hers. Desire flooded his eyes, and Sam's breath caught. Brent's left hand brushed a loose tendril behind her ear, sending a tremor down her spine. Sam's lips parted of their own accord, and his eyebrow twitched as if asking permission to kiss her. She should say no, but her body seemed frozen in place, watching the moment in slow motion. When his eyes closed as his face lowered, the trance shattered. With the last ounce of resistance, she pushed against his chest. "Brent, we can't. I'm sorry." With a sigh, he opened his eyes and nodded.
"You're right. I should get back to work anyway."
As his arm dropped from her shoulders, Sam missed the warmth, and a part of her wanted to reach out, to tell him she changed her mind. But it was better this way. As she watched him walk away, though, she wondered if that were true. When the alarm blared the next morning, Sam fought the urge to throw it across the room. Brent had worked the rest of the evening in the spare room, not even emerging for dinner, and she had lain awake half the night rehashing the afternoon. After rubbing eyelids that seemed glued together, she managed a few blinks before struggling out of bed and into the shower. The warm water proved invigorating, and by the time she was dried off and dressed, she felt almost human. The aroma of coffee woke her further as she padded into the kitchen.
"So the part should be in today, huh?"
Brent looked up from his coffee mug and caught her eyes. Did she detect a hint of sadness in his voice? Was it possible he didn't want to leave, even with her pushing him away? She walked past him to the cupboard. Yes, the delivery email stated 10 a.m. I figure it will take a few hours to get the new part installed and check it. Sam kept her back turned to him as she spoke, afraid her emotion would show through. Though she'd insisted on only wanting to be friends, she hadn't meant it. It was a defense mechanism to keep from getting hurt again.
Oh.
That one word carried so much emotion. After filling a coffee mug, she joined him at the table and glanced his direction. His gaze locked with hers. Brent turned his mug around in circles, fingers tapping against the side with each spin.
Thank you for a great weekend. For the festival on Saturday and church and the movie yesterday.
You're welcome. The stare lasted a moment longer before he dropped his gaze.
You didn't like me when we first met.
His eyes flicked back up.
Why?
If he had asked on the first day, she would have told him it was none of his business. But over the last few days, he had opened up to her. It was time she did the same and shared her story. You remember the man I mentioned at lunch yesterday? Brent nodded. Sam took a deep breath before allowing her mind to wander down memory lane. I met Greg as I was finishing trade school in Irving. He lived in Dallas, and he helped me find a local shop that was going out of business. I took out a loan and opened up shop. Business was slow at first, but then it grew steady. The hours were long the first few months, but Greg was successful, wealthy, and driven. He claimed he didn't mind. I thought we were happy, but one night he canceled dinner saying he had to work late. I had already closed up shop, so I decided to ride my motorcycle through town, as it was a nice night. I saw him holding hands with his secretary. Evidently, he had been seeing her for months. When I confronted him about it, he told me that I was still too country, that city life didn't look good on me. 2 days later, my mom was killed. I took her death and the breakup as a sign to get my life right with God. Church hadn't been a priority when Greg was in the picture. My dad took off to go find himself after Mom's death, so going home wasn't an option, and my brother was still serving overseas. She shrugged. I closed my eyes and pointed to a spot on the map, and I ended up here. Sam lifted the mug, taking a sip of the coffee before continuing. When I met you, you reminded me of Greg, rich and flighty with women.
You're a good judge of people.
Brent stated the words simply and matter-of-factly. She glanced up, surprised he would admit it.
I was exactly that, he continued. I don't even remember the names of some women I've dated recently, but I wasn't always like that.
Brent's face tilted up as if recalling a memory.
I was married once to a wonderful woman, Rachel. She was a believer, like you, but a traditionalist. She wanted to stay home and raise kids. We never had any, though, because she was killed by a drunk driver coming home from the grocery store one day.
Sam's grip tightened on the mug. Brent, I'm so sorry. A small, tight smile played across his lips.
Me too. There isn't a day I don't miss her, but I'm glad I met you. You helped me work through some anger I was holding on to about her death, and you helped me find hope again. You even made me realize that women are all different and talented in many areas. I'm sorry for misjudging you and for thinking you couldn't fix my Porsche. I mean, you even inspired me to write a story. I'm glad my car broke down here.
As his eyes locked with hers, emotions flooded through Sam. She wanted to ask him to stay, but her pride wouldn't let her. Why had she expressed she only wanted to be friends? She didn't want to be friends, at least not just friends. She wanted to tell him of her attraction. But what would be the point with him leaving later? Sam pushed the image of the two of them together from her mind, scooted her chair back and stood, taking the coward's way out. Speaking of your car, I should head to the shop to wait for that part.
Sam, wait.
His hand stayed her arm as she passed. Heat swept up her skin at his touch. But before he could say anything, she shook her head. You're leaving, Brent. Let's not. His eyes searched hers, asking if that was what she really wanted. With a nod, he released her arm, and Sam continued out of the house, not looking back. She held it together until she got in her truck. But as the door closed and the silence set in, the tears trickled down her cheeks. She wasn't sure she was in love with him, but he had shone a spotlight on the loneliness in her life, and she enjoyed having him around. Returning to life the way it was before Brent McKasson showed up now held little appeal. The drive to her shop was short, and after putting the vehicle in park, she ran a hand across her cheeks to clear away the wet tracks. She had work to finish and no time for the emotions roiling inside her. Chapter 17. Sam woke up the next morning feeling like a princess. The large bed had sucked her in the night before, causing her to fall asleep just minutes after her eyes closed. Now, as the sun peeked in through the lacy curtains, Sam stretched and enjoyed the satiny caresses of the sheets against her bare skin. Had she ever slept on satin sheets in the past? She couldn't remember a time, but she thought she might need to purchase some for her bed back home. After a final stretch, Sam tossed back the comforter and swung her legs out of bed. Her feet sank into the plush carpet as she crossed the room and grabbed the terry cloth robe from the back of the door. She was hungry, but she had no idea what to do for breakfast. Brent hadn't let her pack anything, and she certainly couldn't afford room service. As if on cue, her cell phone rang, and Brent's cell number flashed on the screen. With a smile, she punched the call button. "Hello?"
"Good morning."
His voice was warm on the other end.
"How did you sleep?"
"Very well. And you?"
Brent laughed. "I can't deny that I missed my bed. It was a good night's sleep for sure. I have my meeting this morning, but I wanted to tell you to order some room service and charge it to the tab."
"Brent, I can't do that," Sam interrupted.
"Yes, you can. Order some room service. Enjoy a massage or spa treatment if you want. I should be done around 5. I'll come pick you up and we'll have dinner."
"Okay, that sounds good. I'll see you then." Sam clicked the end button and sighed. There was no point in quibbling over the money. He had planned this trip, and though Sam wanted to chip in, she knew he would not let her. She would do nothing extravagant, but at least she could order some breakfast and maybe see about a massage. The room service menu was on a table near the bed, and after scanning the options, Sam decided on an omelet with a side of fresh fruit and coffee. She placed the order and then padded into the living room. A big screen TV hung on one wall. Sam clicked on the remote and curled up in a chair to wait for the food. The knock sounded a few minutes later, and Sam rose to open the door. A woman in black pants and a white shirt smiled at her from the other side. In her hands was a large tray topped with a golden cover. "Hi, I have breakfast." "Thank you." Sam stepped back to allow entrance and pointed to an end table. "You can put it there, on the table." The woman nodded, but even as she walked to the table, her eyes kept returning to Sam. The woman's gaze made Sam feel like she was an animal at an exhibit. "I'm sorry. It's just that you look so familiar to me." Sam shook her head. She was no one famous. "You must have me confused with someone else. I don't live here. I live in a pretty small town, and I'm a mechanic. No one famous." Suddenly, the woman's eyes lit up, and she snapped her fingers. "That's it. You're dating Brent McKasson, right?" Sam blinked, unsure how this woman would know that. "I am, but how?" "You guys were on the cover of the style section this morning. I read it every week because I have no life. I mean, I'm nearly 25 and still working here." "Oh, well, I'm sure you have a life," Sam began, but the woman cut her off. "I can't wait to tell all my friends I met you." Her eyes widened and she grabbed Sam's arm. "What's it like dating a billionaire? I bet he takes you to exotic places and buys you tons of expensive jewelry. Do you have any jewelry?" She turned Sam's hand over, searching for rings or Rolexes. Sam wasn't sure which. As tactfully as possible, Sam removed her hand. "We've only just begun dating, so there's been no jewelry, and this is the only trip we've taken together. Honestly, I'm just here for a few days while he attends some meeting, and then I'll be going back to Soda Spurs." The woman's eyes fell. "Well, that's not much of a story to tell. Hope you enjoy your breakfast." She turned and exited, but as she did, Sam heard her mumble under her breath, "Bet that relationship won't last long." As the woman pulled the door shut, Sam sighed and leaned into the couch. What if the woman was right? What if she was too boring for Brent? Brent checked his watch as he got out of the limo. He hoped this meeting wouldn't last long, as he had plans to take Sam on a romantic dinner cruise. "Way to cut it close," Julia said, as he reached the front door where she was waiting. "You know they hate being kept waiting." Brent winked at her and tapped his watch. "And I have 5 minutes to spare. You worry too much." Julia rolled her eyes. "Let's just go." Brent followed her into the atrium and down a long hallway to her office. As the production company was based in Los Angeles, this meeting would be happening over webcam.
"Welcome, Mr. McKasson, Miss Adams."
The president's face filled the large TV screen on the wall.
"Thank you for coming."
"Always willing to meet with Night Ranger producers." Julia took one empty chair and Brent took one beside her.
"We'll cut right to the chase since our time is valuable, as I'm sure yours is. We want to get filming on the next movie right away. Night Ranger 4 made more money than we even planned, so the writers are hard at work on the next 3 movies. "Wait, I'm sorry," Brent interrupted. "Did you say 3 movies? Is that a problem?" the president asked. One eyebrow arched higher than the other on his face as he leaned even closer to the camera, filling up even more of the screen in front of Brent. Beside him, Julia shot him a glare which Brent ignored. "Well, it might be. Look, I appreciate the opportunity you gave me with Night Ranger, and I have certainly appreciated the money, but I've been wanting to do something different for a while now. This last weekend, I began writing a script. I don't know if it will turn into anything, but I'd like to take some time off to finish it." "I'm sorry," Julia jumped in. "Brent was involved in an automobile accident a few days ago, and I'm afraid he may not be thinking straight." "I'm thinking fine." Brent suddenly wondered if he even wanted to keep acting. He was tired of people pushing him to take roles he didn't want just for the money. He hadn't realized how unhappy he'd been until Sam had shown him how happy he could be. And the return to a small town reminded him of the simple things he missed. Things like people knowing your name because they knew you, and not just because they saw you on a movie screen. "I'm just asking for a break. Maybe I'll feel like doing more Night Rangers in the future, but I just don't have it in me right now." "I see. Well, I can put a hold on the movie for a few months, but if you are still unsure by the end of summer, we will have to find a new Derek McCloud." "Absolutely, sir. I understand. Best of luck then, and be sure to let me know what you decide." With that, the image clicked out and the screen went blank. "What are you doing?" Julia hissed at him. "Julia, I told you I was getting tired of Night Ranger. I want something that will stretch me and make me a better actor. So find me something like that, or it might be time for me to retire." "It's this girl, isn't it?" Julia asked. "She's bewitched you." Brent chuckled. "I don't know if I'd go so far as bewitched, but captivated me? Absolutely. I haven't been this happy since Rachel died, and I thought you'd be happy for me." "I am, but Brent, Night Ranger made you who you are." "Well, it's time I reinvent myself. Now I'm taking Sam out on the town. Let me know when you have a real role for me." Brent felt a little bad leaving Julia staring after him with her mouth open, but he was finally ready to move on to something better.
And if something better didn't present itself, then he had a story of his own to finish. Sam cringed when the knock sounded at the door. She couldn't handle one more person asking for her autograph or the story of her and Brent. But as she peeked through the spy hole, she had learned to start doing that after the third story seeker. Her mood lifted. It was Brent, and she'd never been so happy to see someone in her life. She flung open the door and rushed into his arms.
Well, not quite the reaction I expected, but definitely one I enjoy.
Brent circled his arms around her. She pulled him in and shut the door. It's been crazy today. The waitress who brought my breakfast recognized me from our picture in the paper.
What picture?
He asked. Sam chuckled, so he'd had no idea either. I'll get to that. Anyway, the waitress must have told everyone she knew because I've had a steady stream of people knocking on the door, asking for my autograph or the story of how we met or what it's like to date a billionaire. One of them actually brought the paper with our picture in it, which I kept before ushering her out. Sam walked over to the table and picked up the newspaper. Evidently, we made the style section. Brent's eyes widened as he took in the picture of them kissing at Norma's.
Sam, I'm so sorry. I had no idea Julia would send this out to be published.
It's okay. It comes with the territory, right? Sam wanted him to say no, that this was unusual, that his girlfriends weren't routinely hounded by photographers, but she knew that wasn't the case, just as she knew that she had been fooling herself. She wasn't cut out for this life. She didn't want to be in newspapers or on TV. She just wanted a simple life in a small town.
Yeah, it does. Still, I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Brent, I think we made a mistake. I'm not a spotlight kind of girl. I don't want my picture taken every time I go outside. I just want to go home.
Then I'll give it up.
Sam shook her head. I can't ask you to do that. He took her hands, and his stare was honest and frank as he gazed into her eyes.
You aren't. I'm offering.
And that's sweet, but I can't let you do that either. Look, Brent, it was great in Soda Spurs, but that's not who you are. This, she motioned to the grand room. This is who you are. Besides, it's only been a week. I can't let you give everything up for me when we don't even know if we'd last. His shoulders sank and defeat covered his face.
Are you sure? I can fly back and forth.
But I'd still be in your limelight, and reporters would still be hounding me. One came to the shop Monday after you'd left town. There would be more if we were dating. I know some women would kill for that attention, but it's not for me.
Brent nodded, though he didn't look convinced. Okay, if that's what you want, then I'll take you home.
It is. But even as the words left her lips, Sam knew she would regret them.